Hello, hello. So I wanted to, this is inserted into the beginning of the video, but it's talked about later on. This is going to be a very long one because Disc 3 has the bulk of the bid and free roam gameplay. So you're going to be seeing. If you look at the other ones, they're like what, 3 hours, 4 hours at most. This one might be 6 or 7, and that is not, all the cutscenes and more. So I wanted to give a bit of a heads up. That way, it's shown in the timestamps. Explaining, yes, this is going to be a very lengthy video. So yeah, it's like I said in the previous sessions. This 3 is where the big exploration, all the side quests and all that, show up. So yeah, I'm just saying why this might look odd if you look onwards at timestamps and more. So so there's your heads up. Okay, so we are back. We want to point out a side quest. If you do the Athlete Queen, which is a Hippol race, if you get them up to level 80 and beat them there, you will get a bunch of cards in the process. Every 10 levels, you get a new card, including some powerful ones. This early in the game. Well, relatively early. Get a Dingy, Ribbon, Overdragon, and some low-level ones. Come back here, ring the bell, you can find Hippol's treasure, extra cards. Yeah, and you can come here to get other stuff if you really need it. This is not something I would consider doing until you had... Yeah, don't do it. Yeah. Look at what it requires. Up. However, you might be able to get away with the black belts. Teaches very useful abilities for your main people. Hit point 20% and Beast Killer. But once you start this point, you start get locked in until the events here resolve. And this is where you get access to your Garnet summons again. Notice you do not get, there's a fourth one missing, which is Garnet itself. That one actually has Bahamut. You do not get access to that until the airship. And this is one of the funnier subplots that you can't really force it. You can't hurry it along. It only resolves during the end sequence. Because you do see a progression of it in an upcoming segment, but the actual resolution doesn't happen to the cinematics. Now you can actually go outside of here. I wouldn't suggest it though because, yeah, safe. See, the banner stashes in are much stronger than you would in Bottom Disc 2. You don't have her around to, Beatrix around to one-shot him. Now, can come here for emergency leveling, but your next segment is kind of gonna force you off. Check some. I believe there is a friendly monster here, though. It's been a while, but I gotta remember. Let's see. Oh, okay. So no, there wasn't friendly monster here. Most of them are. You see them on the way to certain areas. Like, okay, so remember the first one I called out. Moo is back near Dali. And you have Ghost near Treno, Ladybug near the Black Mage Village, and Yeti near Madain Sari or Gizmaluke's Grotto. Yeah, some of these will move after you've completed certain story objectives. And you have Nymph near the Ifa Tree, or the plains near Clara. You know, that's after Soul Cage. Then you got Jabberwock, which is north of Oeilvert. And you have the Fetter Circle, which is Lost Continent. You got Garuda, which is up near Gizmaluke's Grotto in the forest where the Garuda spawn. Remember, Grand Dragons never spawn in there, so you can just stay outside the plains. Then you have the last one, which is on an island you can't access until you have the airship. I was wrong. I could have sworn there was one up here, but well. For the most part, you're just better off moving on along the story at this point. And she's right, actually. The rematch never happens, by the way. Now, here is something you can do while you're here at the castle. Don't go to see Garnet yet. You want to go down over here to the Neptune statue. Okay, it actually might be all the way down there. So go down. Strange. Even though to access the there's a point here. Recheck because there, this is the location of a coin. Grab it before you go to Treno. Oh, it's in the corner of the right wall. Ah. There we go. Got 3 extra now. I don't believe we missed any. Let me see. That was Leo. Another one is in Lindblum. We can't go there yet. We turned in a bunch of other ones too. Another one is not available until we get the second airship, so. This is a good upgrade. Well, I shouldn't say upgrade. I should say accessory. That's a good teaches. So you can double up ability up if you have an armor. It teaches it as well. So we're gonna do that. He turns into a puppy dog around him so quickly. and is obviously alive because because during the events of an upcoming segment, she does become part of the party again. Now, normally, if we weren't using the speed skip, the speed boost, she would only show up right about, let's see, there. That normally is when she shows up. It's a good timing thing. The card game tournament, unfortunately, is forced as part of the story. And it's important to unlock some of these events because you can actually see Vivi go out elsewhere. And you can dictate where he goes. And if you go there, you'll actually see him there. That's what I was talking about back in Disc 1. About how some locations could be changed. I believe I talked about it in Disc 2 as well. Ah, Queena. And see, this is what I was talking about. Again, some refer to Queena as female, some say you'll refer to as male, some will just say, they, them. So that amulet you got from this is very useful because this is why. There is a boss that you can find later in Disc 3 or you can fight them on disc 4 that has Holy as a damage type, and you can use that to nullify it. It's absolutely essential to have Chimera armaments for that. And this only appears if you do the Nepal side quest enough. You have to go past level 60, and whoever wins the level 60 race is the one that is considered the champion. And this is another boss. You can use Soul Blade for cheating on this one, so to speak. And we're going to do that. Oh, he's still confused. Okay. Oof. Apparently he's going to keep hitting all people's confusion check. There we go. We'll keep him confused and we use thievery at this point because we are using Angel Blood. So thievery is a powerful skill, but it's based on how many times you successfully stole it. You steal a lot in every fight, you will have a very high damage. And you can see ours is pretty low, we've been stealing every single boss fight. It is possible to get to max damage, but it is a pain in the ass. There we go. So the quick way to win is to use confusion. Then if you somehow have thievery cranked up, spam it. Otherwise, wait for at least trance. Blast them. The auction house. This is also a good reason why you want to consider holding off on, selling stuff, because you may need to gear big time. Rat Tail, Better Boots, Moon's Mirror, and Dark Matter. All right, so here's how does the auction house works. In disc 3 and 4, it gets new items that are you have to first off clear out the rare items of Rat Tail, Mirror, and more. Then you can start getting the really rare stuff that you can get a winning bid on. You need a lot of money for this, so the Rat Tail's the cheapest because you can get it, then go and sell to the Red Mage inside, outside of, the little hallway outside of Stellazio area. If you go to a certain amount, you'll hit the auto win threshold where they'll stop contesting you. And I believe there's a way to easily win it, but I don't remember what that technique was. When the bid starts slowing down, that means you're hitting the point where the NPCs will stop bidding on it. Don't worry if you lose it, because the item will come back anyway. And once you've gotten it a second time, then it is permanently removed from the auction house, inventory. This is the one I was talking about. They will only offer a higher price once. So we just made about, what, 7,000 profit? You can get a decent profit with some of these. I was just selling off dupes of gear up to a certain amount. Like, don't sell more than 2 Mythical gloves. If you have 4, only sell 2, and so on. That way you have a pair for Steiner and Freya. So basically, sell off only as much as you need for a surplus. We don't have much for gold right now, unfortunately, so it's easier to come back for the auction stuff once you've got access to the airship and go to gold farm areas. So let's go turn in coins before we do anything else, because once you leave Treno, you don't get to come back for a while. If you've got coins to turn in, do it now. We're gonna go over and get Vivi. So this is an optional cutscene that you can only see if you send Vivi here. This is also one of the very few times in the game you can actually see Quan. And there's a side quest later that you can get haste gear from that clock. Honestly, just use the strongest that you have available. Tetra Master is just crap. So it's better to just get through it quickly. Holy crap! This is a reset scenario. Yeah, so yeah, don't make sure to have strong cards and be wary of where you put them, because Tetra Master is not hard, but it's also a pain in the ass, especially since you're forced to do it as part of the story. There we go. And you can only take cards that were overturned at the end of this game. Only if you win, though. If you lose, yeah, then they could do that to you. But if you have cards of your own overturned, when you win, you don't lose them. And this is an optional, cutscene where you can learn more about Amaranth's past, especially before, he met Zidane. So you notice these stone slabs, they act as a blocking agent. So you can just put a card with a weak side there, no problem. Generally speaking, you want to cover all your corners. Whoa, we got overpowered on that one, really? So you want to consider save in between each one. And it's going to just tell you you have to win each one. The third one, however, the championship match is strangely optional on whether or not you win. The story moves on regardless. So stupid. It's a inconsistency. Getting the card. Let's see. Do we have? Oh yeah, this is a great example of a great card if we had stronger stats on it, because it covers all directions, so it can go a lot of places. Holy crap. And the game will force you into it. No, replaying it is a draw. Jesus, dude. Play Mahjong again. Well, we won anyway, so screw you, kid. The game straight up tells you. Quina is awesome. Just one of the best characters in this game, man. Because Quina always gets the funniest lines. This is another cutscene that is possible to miss if you don't take the AT option when you can. If you look at the key items, you notice you are missing... Yep. Yeah, so you don't have Madain Saris because it's with Ico, and same with the other missing one. Oh, and this is the last part. Last time, well, for a while. If you go now, go back to Dali. So you have to do it while you're in Treno. There is another Zodiac, stone coin to pick up the Stellazio. We couldn't. Well, you know what? I'm sorry, I'm thinking something else. Yeah, you got the Ares 1-4. So this is one of the few times you can backtrack, and if you do it now, you can go to Dali Watch Shutdown. This is a small mini game. I forget the specifics of it, but there are. Yeah, let me check. There are ways to just not get a failure state. Oh, so you're supposed to keep checking the desk until. That's right, I remember now. And now we're done in here. If you need, oh, yep, the coffee, and if you really need the gill, you can get that for auction house. And now we got that done. It's a good time to consider going back and doing that because you can afford them all now. Try to go back to the ice cavern. See? So this is something that's expanded on in 10, funny enough. So the ice cavern was being supported by the mist, which means the mist was, powering up the entire time. With no mist, it was unusable. This is something that's shown in 10 with Macalania Temple sinking into the sea during the events of 10-2 because the faith is gone. That's something to think about. The Macalania Temple sinking was not something new, an idea. It first showed up here. With 10-2's case, it was because, there were storyline events. With 9's case, it was more disk space. You gotta remember, this is originally a 4 CD-ROM, game. Important to modern day consoles and such, didn't really afford them to. Well, they didn't really go for the idea, I guess, of just consolidating, making it early. Okay, so the thing about their game development back then was apparently a standard practice in Japan to destroy source code when it was no longer needed, which is apparently one of the biggest reasons why it took them so long to put 9 on modern platforms. And it's also the reason why the upcoming Tactics Git Gud Chronicles was so delayed. It took them so long to do it. They didn't have the source code anymore because it was destroyed. mind you, this is in the late 90s, early 2000s, which meant storage practices and such were not feasible at the time. Like, it's really easy to launch criticism at a lost master code in 2025 when you can get a 20 terabyte drive for $100 or less, right? That wasn't a thing back then. That was over 30 years ago. Wait, this game's 25 years old. Shit, I gotta stop thinking about these things. But yeah, that back then it wasn't common, so that's kind of just how it was. Now you want to pick up the dark matter if you have the spare money after doing the auctions, because that teaches Garnet Odin. And we're going to have to wait for this. Well, we can speed it along a little bit. Let them go crazy because we want the mirror. Step off, this is ours. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Okay, well, I think we just cheated it. So we waited until the very last second. I think that was actually the strategy back in the day. You had to wait till the last second. Now, once you got those cleared out, the Un's mirror is the nobleman. Remember correctly, this guy. Yep. So we took a loss on this one, unfortunately. In Disc 4, the auction house will get new items, including the magical fingertip, which you need to get access to the Excalibur. See, the only thing it does is teaches Odin. So once you get Garnet back, it's a good one to equip on her. We're going to get this while we're here because it's clear it out permanently. Esto Gaza, that's another one. So we're going to try to get that one. We should have the money for it. We're gonna get the rat tail again to get it out of there. Alright, so we are pretty broke now. Oh, actually, the Griffin Heart. That's another one you gotta grab. I forgot about that one. I don't think it's the primary 4. Alright, so let's go turn these treasures in. Griffin Heart is inside the synthesis area. Oh, no, sorry. This was the one. He is the one that will not give you a better price. So the other ones will be, you know, other ones are. I don't remember that being considered a strategy. Okay, 8, cool. That should be the amount we've gotten, because when we get back to Lindblum, we'll get another one. So we took a bit of a loss on that one. When we have some more money, we can go back and get, you know, Griffin Heart and Doga again. Should be noted that these are named after previous games. So let's take a look. Un is from Final Fantasy 3 and also reappears in the Crystal Tower quest in 14 in a different presentation. Rattail comes from Final Fantasy 1, and it was what you need to get in order to upgrade your jobs. In, you know, you get it, and you gave it to Bahamut in order to upgrade your jobs. I could be thinking that. No, I'm pretty sure that's it. I know 4 had the pink tail, which is an extremely rare dropping. It's unrelated. Note it says Gogo Godfingers. Gogo is a reference to the mime that appears in 5 and in the Stormblood arc for Blue Mage in 14. Oh, more money. So you may have noticed that you may suspect this is going to be the longest one. What I may do is I may insert a quick video at the start explaining this is going to be the longest video of the 14. Yeah, sorry, out of the Let's Learn for 9, because disc 3 in 9 and 8 are the longest sections of the game, because their 4th discs are almost entirely nothing but the end game, as well as in-game only side quests. So we've got the items, and we don't have enough money to go back and make sure we clear them out. So this is our last, step here. And we went back and got stuff from Dali. So make sure to save, because if you win, you get a rebirth ring, which is a powerful item for this point in the game. Remember, you're still, despite this being disc 3, you are still in the mid-game. The end-game does not start until the airship. I would still argue that it's getting close to end-game. Most people would probably say the end-game actually starts when you start the sequence that leads you to disc 4, when you go to the Shimmering Isle. And I would agree with that. But I don't think in-game really starts until you get the airship at least, because I think we're still in the mid-game. When you lose, reset. you want to get that rebirth ring. Note she will only use Oeilvert cards. Looks like a dub to me. Bam! So the rebirth ring is a very strong item for this point. And once we get through this cutscenes, we'll show you why it's strong. I would skip this, but this is also one of those iconic scenes. So you get to watch it. Alright, so this is something you need to be paying attention to back when Steiner was doing the Knights of Pluto search orders, this one. Those were huge hints as to how to resolve this minigame. So let me check that, because I forgot already. Let's see here. Where is listed here? Let's see. You have to select the right ones, otherwise you're in trouble. In the sense of you won't get the reward. You want to get the reward. Ah, here it is. I was looking at the wrong one. Wrong page. So, affected townspeople should be Weimar and Hagen. Yeah, okay, let's make sure we select them. The contact Lindblum would be Beatrix and Lotto. So you notice it's always the first ones of the set. So basically, let's say, what we just did, we picked the second option, then we picked the first one. So it's always going to be the first ones left in the set. And see, and then you have process elimination. Now this is honestly my favorite segment of the entire game. And it's also, well, you're about to know why. And you can hear the remix of Roses of May, which is Beatrix and theme. And this is the version that they based the Zelenia battle off of. Because if you listen to the two, you would think, no, that's not the original. That's the Alexandria version. And this is the translation that I've seen some listed as Protecting My Devotion, others are listed as something to protect. Most will just say Protecting My Devotion. But again, in 14, this is the version that they reused for the Recollection Trial theme. And you'll see Steiner is hideously underleveled. It's okay though, because Beatrix is here and she will turbo level. So she'll turbo level him. Just get behind the Beatrix carry. Okay, we need to find another one of those because that is ability up for the Knights. Oh, that's right. Lapis Lazuli, that's right. So you can safely equip it if you got the Lapis Lazuli. because you know you can just give that to Freya when you want to do that. Make sure to equip it because most likely he is going to be very underleveled. And you want him to survive the fight, so... So, for the most part, the Mistodons here are fairly weak, and Beatrix should be able to one-shot him. This is a great spot for Steiner to get some free levels. You also want to consider stripping her of gear. You cannot strip her of Save the Queen because she's the only one who can ever use this. But she does have some nice other gear. And it doesn't matter as long as she has her weapon. She cannot equip anything else, and she is the only one who can ever wield that. As a side note, you can synthesize that later with the Secret Merchant in Disc 4. However, I think the only thing it does is unlock a extra bonus scene in the ending sequence. Be careful using the blood sword against them. They're undead, so they will damage Steiner and heal them. As a rule, healing spells will damage undead, but there are situations like the blood sword where it can do the opposite. Go ahead and heal them up. You can, however, take the dark side. And since they're undead, you can use the life pistol trap, which may be, more conservative for MP if you really want to. And something I forgot to talk about is the Trance system. I think what we're going to do is we're going to make a extra thing and insert it before to start disc 3 here with critical stuff I missed, because that is a big mistake for me. I'm sorry I forgot to talk about the different trances, but I wanted to do that when we have all the party members. So actually, we may wait until we have the full party again, because we get access to the full party when you get access to sea travel. And it's better to talk about trance then, because that is where you need to start paying attention to what your trances are, because some are absolutely more useful than others. And that does factor into your late game compositions. So let's pop a ether on her. This was one of the rare times you could see an actual swear inside a Final Fantasy title. Back in the high point of the, well, it's unfair to call it the high point of the series because they still had yet to release 10. They didn't release 12, and the later titles, and the 2 MMOs hadn't been out yet. So it's weird to say high point. I would say the zenith of the classic era. That would be the right term. And they were very touchy about not allowing certain words back then. But as the series went to more modern consoles and the modern area need water. As the modern era started, then they started becoming and also standards in general changed. It became much more acceptable to use foul language and more. And hell, even in the MMO, you'll see usage of 4-letter words, not hard ones like F word or anything, but you'll see hell, shit, stuff like that more. Now, and damn, of course. But basically, it's like the how an R rating in 1980s would actually be PG-13 in 2025. Like that, exactly like that. And MPA updates their guidelines every so often to reflect changes in societal values. So it's exactly like that. And you gotta remember, until 16, Square was adamant about not allowing the game to go to an M rating. And you see where they got the characterization for Otis in Dawntrail. Otis is straight up Robo Steiner. Ooh. This could be a problem. I can't remember the last time I ever saw that happen, where she got taken out. I guess she really needed that gear after all, huh? Oh crap, so yeah, I want to show, this is why you don't auto-attack with blood sword. Yeah. On the other hand, you can auto-attack against cheeky stuff with, Dark Side Mind Strike. Or Mind Strike than anything else. Also, note they use fire attacks, and this is your second encounter with them. And Save the Queen has a 50% fire reduction. I think that was intentional. I think it was meant to assist the player in ensuring that they didn't lose, or it was very hard to lose as Beatrix. And here we had the last storyline script. Well, I shouldn't say last. Technically, there is another scripted one, but party-wise, this is the last scripted one. If you try to go anywhere else other than the railroad section here, you will get forced back. So let's look at that. Her items. You can summon Atomos, Leviathan, Shiva, Ifrit, and Odin now. Honestly, it doesn't matter which one you pick because after the events of the destruction of Alexandria, Garnet will get a handicap in the sense of she can't concentrate because she's now mute. So it's kind of up to you whether or not you want to actually try to use her. You're rolling the dice on whether or not she can successfully use a spell or a summon. However, it is good practice to continue to use her to get summons done. I would honestly recommend going Odin first because that is insta-kill summon. Now let's talk about that rebirth ring. First off, let's look at the angel earrings. So these are the ones you get from successfully giving orders. Raises your holy, so once you get the holy summon as well as the holy spell, Aiko can become very nasty with this. Note what it teaches. It teaches auto regen and MP plus 20%, as well as Race's Wind. So if for some reason or another you don't have access to that with Freya as another way, and if you do already have it, you double up your level speed that way. Now the Rebirth Ring. Look at what it teaches. It teaches auto life. Auto life is absolutely critical for completing the super boss of 9. Well as one of the secret bosses, and it can also bail you out if you're having trouble with certain farming that can be done once you get the airship. So it can help you. Winning that tournament gives you life for Aiko and Garnet, but the auto life is the bigger reason why you take it. Then you have the angel earrings, and also revive is a spell for Amaranth, which you want to grab before going into Oeilvert. So this is one of your best opportunities to get it. But on the plus side, on the flip side, you have to play Tetra, Master, and win. So, yeah. Can't win them all, All right, so, I forgot to talk about it. Make sure everybody has, you need to, when you get ready for the Desert Palace, make sure you have body temp learned and equipped for all of the people that are going in there. You can do this by spending time grinding out body temp on all your characters, because in the Desert Palace, there is a enemy that is very nasty with heat and cold spam, which is blocked by body temp. Okay, I want to make sure. I don't think we have anything else you can equip. And Jelly is another good one you want to consider. Fortunately, we don't really have much for weapons on her right now. There's the right way. Nope, you cannot go do these other areas. Well, wait, that's right. Yeah, that's the right one. Can't go to the other two. Note what happens there. It will block you from going, so you are forced into the sequence. You get control of Garnet. Also, take a look at our key items. Note we still have the Falcon Claw and Desert Star only because we are not technically back in possession of the other two. interesting that we can actually, that music is not just background music; it is actually being heard by Garnet. And this is something that's brought up in 14, not in Dawntrail, but in the Alexandria raids. That he basically came back to judge, everybody. It's weird time wobbles. I never really paid attention to the Alexandria raids, but in the actual final fight of that raid, he talks about judging mankind. So, yeah, that's something that's actually used in 14, just different area. And, it says Holy Eidolon and not the Holy Eidolon. Years later, this is something I didn't think about much until just now. But that's actually kind of a foreshadowing about how there was actually more than one Holy Eidolon. Because for the most part, each game has its own summon that does exclusive elemental damage for that element. So, like in this game, there's a Leviathan who's the only water summon. Then you have Shiva for the only ice, and so on. They almost, as far as I know, they never double up on summons like that. And this is another one we're not skipping because this is one of the most iconic scenes in the game. The revelation of Alexandria. And it was such a huge wham moment for people going through the first time because they had no idea that an Eidolon was that big, that the Eidolon was at the castle. See? And funny enough, this is something that's actually, you can actually see this reference later in 14. That the only thing that can stop Bahamut would be another Eidolon. The story for Realm Reborn, the final events of 1.0, the original 14 release, Bahamut was freed from Dalamud and went on a severe rampage. But the only thing that could stop him was a primal phoenix. So years later, you could see how they reused this concept of Bahamut being defeated by Alexander. Reused it there. And another one we're not skipping because again, both Bahamut versus Alexander and the Invincible destroying, Alexandria are iconic, points. This ties into what I was saying back in Disc 2 about how they kind of, were kind of what was the word? Redefining what Eidolons could do and couldn't do, as well as the will to summoner. And that they can be hijacked. And this is interesting that Garland was on, Gaia. Because story-wise, he shouldn't have been able to leave, or at least he implied he wasn't able to leave. All right, so there's a secret boss here. I talked about this in our last session. You could fight him then, but you had a time limit to deal with, and you didn't, have super preparation. You're going to be in deep trouble. Make sure to equip your best gear. You are going to need it. See this little book here? This is the boss. Make sure to steal the demon's mail because that's going to become very important when you get to later in this course, as well as this. Oh yeah, this could be a problem. That's why I was saying you gotta be careful going into this fight. We should probably turn the speed boost off, because that's hindering us more than anything else. But this is the big area with the boss, and he is tough, and this is one of the only 2 times you can fight him in the game. You have to get the job done the second time if you didn't get it the first time. Notice she got to fire that off while dead. Notice it does heavy damage regardless of the resist. So Thievery can be used to bypass a lot of crap in the game. Damn. Okay, dude. So the trick is to do a certain amount of damage that will force him to get to a page. Honestly, I've always been bad with the formula, so it's just better sometimes to try to brute force him down. Don't be afraid to pop your ballistics to what it is a tough boss, especially at this point in the game. Found him. When you find him, blast him. These areas one of your strongest abilities at this point. Notice you do normal damage now. You only have a certain amount of time to pop him with that sort of thing. Here's a little trick to do with Freya. Certain attacks like that, if she jumps before it hits, she dodges all the damage. Can be useful for certain strategies later in the game. And, you know, it can prevent a party wipe too. Sweet, found him again. Blast him. Generally speaking, you only get one attack per revelation. As long as you keep it up, if somehow manage to get him each time, he'll go down quick. It is kind of random. Again, I don't remember the formula, so brute force him. Found him. Note one, he's one of the few bosses to buff like that. So a great way to do it to handle this is have her pop racist wind, then jump. That way, she keeps regenerating and stays out of the way of the paper storm. When the book rapidly shakes, then you know he's solid, as you've seen by now. If you manage to get Vivi powered up much more than what we got now, you will see it'll be much equal to the fight. As you can see, it's a steady source of damage for a low amount. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. So when you manage to get him to stay still long enough, you can do a lot of damage before he runs back. I think, honestly, if I remember correctly, you actually can't use physical attacks. You have to use the Vivi and everything. So you can't use throw. You can't use that. You have to use. They should be getting close to death now. There we go. So here's the reason why you want to do this, other than obviously it being a secret boss. Look at that AP. That's only part of the reason. It will skyrocket a lot of stuff. He gives out a lot of AP, especially for this point in the game. This is the real reason why you want to come. Running shoes, guaranteed drop. So running shoes teaches auto haste as a critical component of late game composition. Wait, didn't we? There it is. Get out of here. Friggin'. Why are they still here? Why were these friggin' clowns still in here? Basically, you can still visit this spot, even though you shouldn't be able to. And note the swords are gone, so you can climb back up. And the destruction of Alexandria helps learn that. And that's an early foreshadowing of something going on. Now that Lindblum is being reconstructed, we can get the other missing. Sorry. As I was saying, we can now get the Stellazio coin when we get control again. God, Queen of Man. Queen is seriously one of the best characters. All she wants to do is just eat, cook great stuff and eat. No, she's like Tom Kent, but without the asshole demon nature. And we can return. Yeah, nope, sorry. I was wrong. Once you've found Garnet, then once you get the blue narcissus, then you can go back. Also, so he can go screw himself. Alexandria isn't really gone. Funny how this is one of the few ones that straight up has adultery as part of the plot. I did not play 16, but I believe adultery does play a role in that one. And not much point going up there because I forgot it's actually back in the room there. And here we have an annoying side quest. Well, it's not really a side quest, it's part of the main story, but it feels like an annoying side quest. There we go. Missing coin. There's not really many upgrades right now. Two are in the theater district. And this is a follow-up of the mention in Disc 1. This is the payoff. And another lapis lazuli. You know, it's an annoying fetch quest, but it's, you know, it helps that both two of the items are in the same area. And you know, speed boost is so much better. Trust me, this was a pain in the ass back in the day on PlayStation. You didn't have speed boost, you had to put up a lot of crap. Is it too late to make that Tom Kinch joke again? Go back to where Tina is. If you ignore this cutscene, however, and go straight to the Blue Narcissus, you will be forced to take Quina anyway. You know, at this point, you effectively have your entire party. You can start forming your in-game party as well by building them up at this point. And I would honestly suggest that. You probably also have people that are way behind on levels as well. Most of these guys are in their low 20s. We got guys nearly at the 30s. So, talk about Trance. So, Trance is, as you've seen, we've popped off Trance at different times. It is unreliable for the most part. And it's considered one of the bad parts of 9. Each character has their own trance. So first off, let's get to land. That's Chocobo Lagoon, by the way. When you get to Chocobo, you can actually unlock this area. Right when you get the reef ability, but you need to actually get over here where there's tracks. Let's talk about those abilities. There's Trance. So, Trance-wise, Zidane will get a new set of abilities. Doesn't look like we can look at him here because we're not in Trance. Basically, he gets either single target or AoE target, and it scales up harder depending on which ones he has access to. And for the most part, they'll cap out at 9,999. Vivi will get double black magic, which means he can use 2 black mage spells per turn. Steiner, as we saw, will get increased attack and defense. Freya will get an enhanced jump, where she keeps jumping until Trance runs out. Look at their others. Garnet will get Eidolon, which behaves a lot like Jump. It behaves like Freya's Trance, in that she'll summon a Eidolon and it'll keep going until Trance runs out, or she runs out of magic points, whichever goes first. Quina will get enhanced to Cook, which means that the threshold to eat an enemy learned blue magic is dramatically lowered. Other way around. It gets easier to cook, so it's increased, meaning if you need to get an enemy down to 10% health, you now can do it at 20%. Aiko gets double white magic. 2 spells, 1 turn, just like Vivi. Amarant gets... I forget what he does. Let me see. Because I remember his was kind of just there. Oh, his does AoE damage in the sense of his flares will now affect multiple targets. Okay, and that's a further correction on Quina. Quina's command, you have to you can eat them at 50% or fewer hit points, whereas regular is 75%. So the threshold is 25, then it doubles when you use Trance. So yeah, Freya will stay in the air until her jump becomes AoE. And Trance is useful for forcing enemies into certain attack patterns. And Steiner does not. Yeah, his attack power triples. So, yeah. And as for Vivi and Aiko, they both get double, of their specialty spell, but they had to have the MP for it. And they also will, deplete the gauge twice as fast. And since Dagger is, since Garnet has, the can't concentrate, she cannot use Trance until the events occur that resolve it. And to further clarify about Garnet's Trance, what it does is it increases the chance of the full animation for a stronger attack and reappearing during the rest of the battle, as long as she has Trance. However, I was a bit wrong. It's not quite like Freya's Trance. Anyway, so now that we got everything, we're going to go run over here. Oh, take note of that black spot. That is the Chocobo Garden. It has six fixed locations. It's usually easier just to exit and reload, exit and re-enter the area to force it to the area you wanted to go to. How can he reach us all the way over there? You have to go the long way around. Once you get here, you can start getting the mountain upgrade and the sea upgrade, because now you have the blue narcissus. That's what I was talking about, the peak, changing around. Of course, it's higher. Here, it's lower. Unlikely the first chocograph you find will be the upgrade. If it is, then you're very lucky. You can find a piece in a chocograph as a reminder in the same run, but you cannot find two chocographs, two pieces. But some of these, it says replay is better to go for them after you've got, your C upgrade, because trust me, it's a pain in the ass otherwise. What we want is the mountain one. Gotta look up the chart because I forget which one was the mountain one. Oh, here we go. One page. We need the Dawn Lagoon graph. I don't even know how he did that. Wait, did that actually tell us where one was at? Can't be. I think that's just pure random luck. So this is the hard part of this area. Be in a like 1 pixel spot you can't reach. This is a very likely outcome where you just can't get anything because of the, again, pixel perfect spot. Or FFIX drops. Unfortunately, we are just bad luck, getting bad luck here. So, you know, this area, you know, the depth it is at is not an indication of whether or not it's a Chocograph treasure. Sheesh. RNG, man. So again, this can take a while. There we go. Ah, damn. Okay, so that's one you can't get until you've gotten to the Forgotten Continent. So that takes a while. Yeah, that's about midway through Disc 3. Yeah, this is unfortunately the RNG. You cannot get guaranteed ones of what you're looking for. You have to hope you get RNG in your favor. Anytime now. All right, so we're gonna come back when we got it done. I don't know how much longer it's gonna take. Okay, so we did a little bit more, and wouldn't you know, it was our last one. We also hit the cap for Chocographs in the area. So now we're in the general area where the upgrade is. Oh, there we go. All right, now that we have the mountain upgrade, we can go back to the forest and start getting dead peppers as well as dead pepper treasures. We can also revisit areas like Treno and Dali and even starting areas. Yeah, we can even go back to Alexandria at this point. This is one of the reasons why you wanted to get the upgrade, because now we can get this treasure from earlier. Some of these would be much easier to get when we get the key upgrade. Now you want to go back to the here. Now he can climb up here. Oh, we found a piece too. Nice. Ah, this is a very good one. We want to go grab. Let's go grab that now. This has a good Vivi weapon. It teaches him Meteor and Osmose. Meteor is a dice roll spell. Sometimes it does a lot of damage. Sometimes it does a lot of damage. It hits your party. The bosses are consistent with it. But this is where you can get one of his strongest magics right away. As soon as you get access to the red Chocobo. At this point, you want to go back and get the C upgrade. Wait until you find it. Because you won't find any more Chocographs at the Lagoon until you've got the C upgrade. We also want to, there. That's what we were looking for, the dead pepper. It's a special treasure that you can find that only Mountain Chocobo and higher can use. It won't start spawning until you've got the mountain upgrade. Another one we can't get just yet. Keep checking the name of that, the upgrade for that one again. Okay, we're looking for Green Plains. Okay. Come on, man. There it is. Green Plains. This is actually near Alexandria. Oh, wow. Got quickly. Now that we have got the sea ability, we can do the same things that we could on the Blue Narcissus. We want to take some detours to access areas. Now, you can't really find any more Chocographs. Alright, so you can't find any more pieces at this point until you've got the airship. This is Esto Gaza. You'll be coming here later during, chapter. No, sorry, not chapter. Near the end of Disc 3. For now, we cannot go further in it. You can come here early to see. Come on, Beepoo's working against us. Now, This is a mithril shop if you're missing mithril gear for some reason or another. And the shop changes when events, the story force you to come here. And it's also where Margarita is for Magnet. Yeah, Magnet. There was a crack around here. There we go. So you see these little scratches? These are cracks. There's a bunch of them out in the wild. And they have different types of gear in them. And one has a Freya's ultimate weapon. Hang on. Yeah. Alright. You look up that list of dead pepper locations. I know there's a couple on the Forgotten Continent. Forgotten Continent. Yeah, there's two on Forgotten Continent. We already got the one on the Lost Continent. So, the rest are bubbles. One of which is one we should go get now while we still have a tiger dead pepper. There is a tiger item beneath Quan's dwelling. Alright, this should be the right one. And it's very much worth it to take the detour in order to get this. Where are we going again? Yeah, Quan's dwelling. And notice Alexandria's messed up. Tiger Racket is Garnet's ultimate weapon. So, what's the ultimate weapon if you want to use a racket? And it does, remember correctly, it teaches Karaga. All right. Since we had to go all the way back to the Blue Narcissus to change, I had to do that. Ah, it teaches the spell. Okay, something else is the one that does that. It is the ultimate weapon for the racket line. And honestly, I've never seen the spell be useful. It's weird, isn't it? Or rather, I should say, in this game, the spell, I can't remember any use for the spell. There we go. That's gonna be up near Esto Gaza again. This time in the water. And at some point, we gotta go back and do grinding to get out more dead peppers. You need at least 10 in order to really get all the treasures. So right now we're gonna take a look back at and you can't enter the ruined clay right at all. But let's see. Notice, despite the mist not being here, Prometheus still has rain. Isn't that strange? And if you need to go back for the coin at the Neptune section, you can do that. As well as get any items you may have missed. So anyway, we're going to probably do some little bit of off-screen grind and then go back and get more dead peppers, because we do need those in order to finish out getting the treasures, because we are going to be getting to the point where we want to get these treasures. They are very, very powerful, especially the earlier you get them. So we see you soon. Okay, so we finally got done with all the Chocographs stuff. We're back. Head to the village. So note, if you got none of the shop gear, you kind of locked out for a while. Nothing new to get. technically speaking, you need a ship, but at the same time, we have we have a fully upgraded Chocobo for this part of the game. Also, if you can go there early, but it does nothing. And we're going the wrong way. Oh, to find a desert palace, you go into the one that doesn't have smoke coming out of it. So this is an important party split moment where you need to choose your party members wisely. Now, this is an anti-magic zone, so you're going to want to deprioritize, the people who have magic as their main stuff. So you're not going to want to take Ico, you don't want to take Garnet, you don't want to take Vivi. That means Queena. Now, this does mean you have a squishier party here in Desert Palace, but boss is not hard. And, with Steiner at this point, with some grinding and all that, you'll gain access to more of his abilities, plus, what Vivi and Ico can do with their available abilities will carry it completely. Big reason to take Freya, Amarat, and Queena is because Freya will be able to use abilities still, raise his wind, Amarat can use chakra, and Queena will have white wind, ideally. Also note, this is an area you can get into random encounters in normally. So once you go to the Desert Palace, you are locked in for a good chunk of the Disc 3. So before then, make sure you have a save if you need to go back. Because you have to complete the sequence of Oeilvert as well as the Desert Palace before you can regain control. Also note, this is the only time in the game you can see the Hildegard 1 on the map. Have actual access to it. Have access to it. make sure to get vaccines because upcoming bosses will abuse the hell out of this, and you are going to start seeing virus spawns more. So basically, ignore them. You can go to Q's Marsh for some frog caching, but right now we're going to be looking for Chocobo tracks. I forgot exactly where they're at, but you want to get them because there are treasures to get here. Where were those tracks? There they are. Hard to see for sometimes. Also note the overworld map changes. This is Ibsen's castle, which you will be going towards the end of Disc 3. You can go here early, but you cannot do anything. You cannot get in at all. Note there is a Stellazio coin in there. But first, let's go find treasure. Where was it? No Mercy is a very strong non-elemental attack. During this upcoming area, it's absolutely worth getting it. And these are some of the strongest weapons you can get in the game, especially for this point in the game. In this area. Picking the wrong one. So let me check that one. Okay, it's on the left side. Aren't that far off. Oh. That should be our second Demon's Mail. Yep. So now we have two of these. The reason why you want to get one, get these, you'll steal one off of, where we got it from before, which was Tantarian, if I remember right? Yeah. This is why. This makes picking Freya and Steiner for the Ozma battle much better because they can absorb one of his key abilities. Alright, so let me see, where exactly was that? Okay, so northeast. So Mountain Crack over here, roughly. I used to notice by heart. There it is. But yeah, I used to notice by heart. It makes me annoyed sometimes. So I don't remember. This is why. Look at this. Hit point plus 20%. Very powerful item. But we're not quite done with these yet. Now let's see. The other one was near Oeilvert. Okay. Okay, so it's in the canyon of Oeilvert. Back on there. That's another area you can go to early, but you can't do anything here because it's part of the in-game sequence. Well, in-game disc sequence. Yeah, that should be the right way to say it. End disc sequence. Should see it at some point. Zoom in. Okay, so middle of the map. So further up. Gotta turn off the speed because that's messing us up. Okay, so we'll go further up. Should be seeing it soon. Oh, there it is. See, it's a little it was very hidden. I was looking for the normal one. That's so let's take a look at those items we just picked up. Powerful, right? Now, this is an item that has a secret passive on it. It shows auto regen, right? But if you equip it on Ico and summon Fenrir, he becomes a wind element. So remember how I was talking before about Ico summons having dual purposes? That is Fenrir's, like I said before. You have to have the item in order to change it to wind. That's not the real special thing here. We just found her ultimate weapon, the dragon's hair. Honestly, I would suggest going ahead and equipping it now because not only is it one of her most AP intensive abilities, it is a very powerful ability. It works like minus strike, but for enemies. By that I mean, let's say you deal 9,999 damage to one enemy. If you use Dragon Breath on that enemy, you now do that much damage to everybody else, even people who have not been attacked yet. So Dragon's Breath could be a very powerful ability. But you need to do damage first in order to make it work. It is AoE minus strike, but in reverse. Now we've gotten 2 treasures here, as well as the Chocographs, we can move on. Honestly, I'm kind of saddened we didn't see this in the Dawntrail. Could argue, however, that the field station was probably the closest to it. either the field station or the 95 dungeon. Yeah, I think Sky Deep would have been fairly close to the idea. And this is also a good spot to pick up some more stuff because there are some very useful abilities here. And this is where you get a fairy flute if you didn't get it off Hill Geigars. So you can go a long time without Aiko having access to haste. And this is another ability up item you have yet to get, learn. Also, no, it's impossible to get here early. If I remember correctly, it was possible in the original PlayStation release. You had to somehow have gotten Choco fully upgraded. Remember, it shouldn't have been possible to you could get the mountain and stuff, but you were still gated by story. I remember reading about why we couldn't get the upgrades, and it was something introduced in a remaster where they fixed it to where you couldn't sequence skip. Magnet Central is somewhere you can actually find. It is a hidden area on the outer continent. I meant to show that to you. It is part of the Magnet Central side quest. It can only really be done by Disc 4, if I remember right. If I remembered about that diamond sword, I wouldn't have bought the one outside. See, where was that switch? You do have to enable a switch in order to get it going. Be noted, if you go outside, then you can heal up again. So you think you want to use Quina inside the Desert Palace instead of the Echo for healing, that's your option. I need to go back and interact with it again. Oeilvert always messed me up. No matter how many times I replay the game, I always forgot the sequence in it. There we go, see? To argue that this idea of all these masks around it like this could have been reused for Hades in 14. Because if you look at his second phase with the fallen Ascian masks and the fallen ancient masks, you see something that looks almost exactly like this. Hell, you could argue Oeilvert was the prototype for Elpis. Like, look what we're in right now. And tell me coming from 14 that this does not remind you of Elpis. And recreated Amarant. Note still skin is gone. If you didn't buy off him before you left, yeah, you missed the opportunity. And here we start a boss battle. This is, the annoying one if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing. But before you do anything, make sure your characters have clear-headed, because the boss's gimmick here is spamming confuse. If you have anti-air, that also is very useful. And I have a spare clear-headed item. Oh, there it is. something I forgot to talk about. If it's a boss, you don't necessarily need the killer types because you're not going to get any use out of them for the most part. If you have ability up, make sure to pop it. You'll equip it as soon as you can. Because at this point, the bosses are going to be giving out lots of AP. You want to take advantage of every single point you can get. And this is not part of the anti-magic zone, so you can use use your spells if you need to. You brought out caster. So remember, coming into this fight, pop your whip and clear-headed. By far the most dangerous thing he has is perma-confuse ability. Oh, I was wrong. This is actually part of the anti-field. Whoops. I remember it being different, but maybe they changed it at some point. Now to grab that Holy Lance, because it's going to be a long time before you get another one. If I remember correctly, you do not see it until you start the end sequence for Disc 3. The last village inside it gives Freya another powerful upgrade, as well as the Holy Element. This is what you want to be guarding against. See? We didn't have clear-headed. Yeah, see? Wait, Queen's eyes blink. Queen can blink? You have eyebrows? How have I never noticed that? Make sure to keep throwing your strongest ability items with Emerald. At this point, if you're doing Chocobo Hot and Cold, you have a lot of Wing Edge and Rising Sun. Now that we've got this sun over 9,000 damage, we'll start blasting. Oh! Never mind. So yeah, Arctic goes down very fast, especially if you take the time to get hot and cold items. It's a potential 2-turn kill. Now that pumice piece is something that becomes more important next disc. First off, let's take a look at it. There it is. See what it says? It tells you put it together the other piece. You can get 3 pieces, and one can be used to really cheapen, Ozma. However, first off, look at the ability. It teaches boost. Boost is something I talked about with Garnet and Ico. If you have that equipped, it means you have a guaranteed full animation, and the summon will be doing more damage on top of that. It's also a very costly ability. The only ones who can learn that ability, of course, are the summoners. But when you get the second piece and you forge it with Hades in Disc 4, you get Arc, the final summon, the Shadow Summon. One of the rare summons in the franchise that does outright shadow damage. And this is the absolute earliest you can get the Dragon's Crest ability, if you get the Holy Lance. Now, Dragon's Crest works like Thievery. If you if you farm dragons, you can do a lot of damage for very low cost. If you can get this ability as early as possible, which I believe should be only this fight, that means you can spam you have a win button. It ignores defense and just does straight up damage based on how many dragons you've killed. And if I remember correctly, it does count dragons you killed up to this point. Downside is you have to find dragons you can farm. Some use the Vespions and Iron Knights in Disc 1 to farm it up. But it's a very powerful ability, and it ignores stuff like Mini and more. Same with Thievery. So here is one of the most annoying sequences in the game. It's only annoying because of the mechanic. That's literally the only bad part of it. And note we're controlling Sid, but we have the party instead. And this is one of the items we got from Hot and Cold. You want to grab it because it teaches Aiko Holy. And it increases her Holy attack, so as long as she has that equipped, both the Holy Summon as well as her Holy ability will increase the damage. And there are some really abusive really abusive combos you can do with it. Oh wait, we already get that one. Never mind. Note what the Cypress Pile gives. Comet, which is a lower version of Meteor, and from my corrector, Comet's a little bit more better to use because it doesn't screw you over as much. This is why it's annoying. Yeah, this will take me back in time when I first did this. And I don't suggest using speed boost in this area, because it can mess you up pretty hard. How does he just not notice him? So when you get close enough, he'll just stop turning around, period. There we go, see? You want to put the heaviest ones on there. Any color that does not have wood. Oh, okay, I remember now. So I remember now. You actually take Aiko into there because while she's largely useless and can't be doing much, she does provide field healing. But reason why is because here, if she is not in that party, then it's Steiner who is the leader. So that's something to keep in mind. Make sure to grab every single one of these items there. They all provide good stuff. Not to mention, the boss will lose that ability to do anything with it. Go back and get the other one. It's worth picking this up because this teaches Vivi death. There we go. Yep, we went too far. Valia Piera. Oh, is it Piera? I think it's Valia Piera. Piera. But it still got me, you missed. So this boss can be very hard or very easy depending on what you did and didn't do. There's an ability in the upcoming area where if Odin's sword misses, it deals damage. And also, note, since it's impossible to have a thief here, you can't steal anything not to, given her the light rub before the battle started. Could have given, been helping him moment. So yeah, pretty easy boss. Just try to caveman it, yeah, you're gonna have a problem. And again, to 14 people, this is the same Valia Pira that was in the Underkeep. Unfortunately, you couldn't neuter him there. He was a bit nastier. Nope, you can't, light up anymore. I believe we did miss an item. I'm not sure though. Anyway, exit back that way. But no matter who you take, I call it always the last one, and this is where she gets kidnapped, part of the story. We need an adult. There is a hidden card here. There it is. And you can't go back down here, but why would you, right? So you get forced onto the blue Narcissus no matter what. Which is kind of funny if you got there, you've left the blue Narcissus all the way back in the Chocobo forest. Just been using Choco to get around. It's also the only time in the game where you see an area name like that. The vehicle rather than what we got back, on foot normally. And it should be noted, you only see this as part of the story, whereas you can come here early as we demonstrated. Now that Esto Gaza is here normally, the shop changes. And here is where you can pick up some stuff if you missed it somewhere or if you really need the items. This is actually used for Disc 4 stuff, remember right? Still deep swords because you've already learned everything you can from them. Remember, sell off dupes of the heavy armors, but you do not need more than 2. You want to pick up the Octagon because it teaches level 3 magic. Bam. So this is where you get your level 3 elemental spells. Also absorb water and wind, which can be useful in upcoming fights. Mount Galug. In 14, it has the same name and theme, but it's called something else entirely. It's called Mount Gog. So I think it's probably a translation thing more than anything else. Make sure to explore your world because there's some very useful gear here. These are very powerful dragon enemies at this point of the game. Here we see why Double Back is a very powerful ability. Except for this mid-late game ability. So you may want to make sure you have your levels up. Because, yeah. There. I should just use the tent. That was unfortunately possibly before we could do sort of big damage. Now this upcoming boss is an incredible asshole. If you do not have anti-fire stuff. Unfortunately, you cannot equip any abilities that prevent virus, so you have to use vaccines. Hence why I was saying buy vaccines since they became available. And yeah. Alright. So we healed up, good to go. And you can always retreat if you need to, but... So, remember what we said back in last session about the age of a summoner being safe for extraction? This is why. You know, Garnet's body was, mature enough, so to speak. Keep in mind, I'm saying so to speak, for the extraction ritual to work. Aiko is 6 years old, so she can't go undergo it. See? And, Dorn even says it. And this is the moment I was talking about last session, about how they started talking about demonstrating that the summoned monsters can be more than just allies in a fight. So this is Nadine, originally known as Nadine, returning from Final Fantasy VI. I don't remember what he was a male Esper in 6 in Terra's Fodder, and I don't remember what his element was. Here he is the holy summon of the game. Fitting because Alexandria's out of commission. This brings up many questions about how someone can just become a Moogle and how Moogles can be somebody else entirely. This is stuff explored more in 10, then later 12, and 13 trilogy. Especially Lightning Returns of Odin becoming the Valhalla Chocobo. Well, no, Angel of Valhalla, that's what it was. Yeah, the Angel of Valhalla. Funny thing is, she wasn't weak, only in Moogle form. And it's because of an item that your Ico can equip to learn Madine. It's interesting that Trance is more than a mechanic. It's an actual gameplay, an actual story element. It's just, there's very rare instances of it actually coming up. And it's never explained more about what he meant by that. Probably your actual final form. So we had any dead party members AoE raised. So viral smoke is dangerous for it. Does no damage normally, for the most part, but it puts on the virus. Oh yeah. Well, she got hit by it. AO'd. You want to put pop vaccines on people you want to get stuff here. There is a very interesting leveling strat with it. We'll go over that in a few minutes when we get the airship. Note vaccine is required for it, and also that virus persists through death. Note he hits hard even though we have in-game equipment and high levels. Yeah, he's that guy. There we go. I'm tired of messing with this guy. This guy can be frustrating if you don't understand. You need to be popping those vaccines. Fortunately, we didn't get the 22 AP for Steiner because of it. It's all right. And this is the point where Steiner stops being an asshole. And this is when you lose the blue Narcissus, which you can gain the airship. If you really want to travel by sea, which you do kind of need to do for Chocobo Lagoon, that's what the Choco is for. And that is, as I said before, the summoned jewel that gives her Bahamut. The note, he always has a dagger on him, even if he's only using a thief sword. We'll skip this, but this is an iconic scene for Garnet. One of the very few times in the entire game you see the Hildegard 3 in a cutscene. So at this point, you should be looking at your in-game party, because for the most part, you will not lose access to your in-game party. So you can start building them up, get your ultimate weapons for the most part, as well as high-end gear. And this is the big level up spot, grind. Well, I shouldn't say grind spot. This is the time where you want to start grinding and get your stuff done, and start doing friendly monsters. Me, I like this setup. It does it, gives us healing magic, gives us damage summons, gives us access to Beatrix skills and Freya stuff. And there are some variants. And we'll Disc 4, when Disc 4 comes around, we're going to go over late game parties and and all that. But honestly, it's going to be pretty much the same thing as I was saying before about Ico versus Garnet. Okay, port the map. Okay, so now we have full access to the map. This means we can go to Daguerreau, we can go to the ultimate grinding spot, and now that we've got the airship, you can finally finish out Chocobo, hot and cold, and get access to some of Steiner's in-game gear and more. First off, we can go to Daguerreau. Disc 4, there's a little side quest here. Make sure to note, out here, Grand Dragons. So if you're having trouble, there's two big leveling spots. Here is Grand Dragon, which at this point you should be able to easily farm them. Then there's another one, which is... Well, we're going to talk about that real soon. And down there is a chance to run into the Gimme Cat, who appears in the damaged version of Match 6 Cruiserweight. He's an asshole, but he gives out a lot of money. So he'll start the battle saying give him a diamond or something. Do not do it. Kill him. If you have Millionaire equipped, so it means you need to put Queen in the party. If you have Millionaire, you will get 7,500 gold per kill. Absolutely worth it. But on the other hand, you might get Grand Dragons in the process. Also note the airship here can only land on green territory. So yeah, be careful. And this is where you get some very good stuff. You see we need the Zorlin shape. And Gladius. Petrified. You can also synthesize white robe and black robe if you didn't find them via treasures. You can make a rebirth ring here, but don't do it. Don't do it. Those diamonds are very hard to get, and you need one in order to complete the friendly monster quest. Here you can also make ore in order to power up Garnet summons. Remember what I said. The more you have, the stronger base they are. It's up to you if you want to do it. And you need to get Sarkatanus to get Thief Buzz, which gives him Master Thief. Which is honestly kind of redundant if you're using the 100% cheat. So if you talk to him in Disc 4, you have the side quest of the Magical Fingertip, which gives you access to Excalibur. And you can just go and buy those. He sells some junk. Oh, that's right, we need more money. What I think we're going to do is, first off, we'll leave here. There is a coin to get. Capricorn. There is a way to interact with the water shrine, but I forget what it was. Alright, so we're going to do, oh, first off, we need to get Queen in the party. Honestly, I strongly recommend having Queen leveled up as well at this point in the game if he is not your main party. So what we're gonna do is make sure we're gonna run around here and look for gimme cat fights and try to, we're gonna do some money farming. It means kill gimme cats, kill grand dragons. If you get a grand dragon, that's 3k gil per pop, and gimme cats will give you 7,500. So yeah, it won't take us long. We'll be back when we have more money, because this is a point in the game you need to do some grinding out, because unless you are very thrifty, you are going to have some severe issues here. So we see you soon. Okay, so we've done our off-screen grind of money, and we are now. What we also did was get the last Choco pieces, Chocograph pieces, and we have the Mist Ocean one, which is the final upgrade. This is one of the most obnoxious ones. Oh, I'll be damned. Huh. Usually it's a bit of a pain in the ass because it's northeast of Alexandria and you have water. Now we have the gold Chocobo upgrade. It means we can access missing Chocographs. So first off, in order to fly, you need to go to a forest. Choco can launch and land only in forests. Sorry. Okay, this doesn't look like the right one. This might be it. You find a desert palace area. Go from there. So now we have 2 Pumice pieces, meaning when we reach the area of Hades in Disc 4, we can synthesize it right away. This also means you can teach Ico it, and you can also use it for Ozma if you decide to take him on Disc 3 instead of 4, which I honestly suggest doing. That way you don't have to worry about saving the Pumice pieces. However, now that we've got that, there are 2 locations you can go with Choco. One is to the Sky Lagoon, has the final Chocographs, or you can go to the homeland. We're going to be looking for the Lagoon. The easiest way is to save. Oh, never mind. Save and reload and go straight to a place you know it can appear at. So. Oh, you're off to mark. So you don't have to be the exact spot, just like within 10% of it. So the final Chocographs can only be found inside the Sky Garden. If you want to grind out, stuff for rewards, go here. Sky Garden's the best one. And we're really close to the Robo Lord, so we'll probably pick that up while we're doing this. Anytime now. I don't think it's glitched or anything. I'm not missing the wrong spot. Ah, well, I'll be damned. It's worth it. And that is it for the last Chocographs. So now we're going to pick up the treasures, which includes some of the strongest equipment in the game at this point. Oh, this might be the other one. Yep. So, this is an area you do not want to mess around in. You see, it's called Vile Island? It ain't called that for show, baby. So, this is the other level up spot. This is the harder one by far because you have to do some cheesy stuff in order to beat the Yans that live here. It's also the site of the last friendly monster. The Vile Island is also a spot where if you have a vaccine, if you have people that are virused, okay, so the way virus works is it removes the character from post-battle calculations for AP and XP. So you can have 3 people with virus and 1 person that's not virus to get all the XP even though everybody's alive. This is actually useful for stuff like Grand Dragon farming at this point in the game with level up. Because they'll be getting that 35,000 XP, then the bonus from level up. Hence why there are 2 good level up spots at this point now that you have the airship. The other problem is though, Yans are nasty motherfuckers. So yeah, you have to be careful around them. A popular strategy, if I remember correctly, is using night to cheese them. Knocks them asleep and gives you a round or 2 of free movement, especially if you keep spamming it. Alright, so let's get the other treasure. Oh, it must be this one. Yep. Bingo, there we go. Ragnarok. Features Shock and Thunder Slash. Now, outside, the default Steam version of 9, Thunder Slash is permanently bugged to where it always misses. Even if you have Beatrix in the party during the Alexandria segment. So it's a perma-bugged ability. However, Moguri mod fixes it. Oh wait, that's File Island. Let's get out of here. Oh, here we go. This is a free location for Rebirth Ring, as well as another ribbon. So now that you got those done, you can go onto the sky, to the Chocobo Paradise, or go back to the Lagoon to farm, or anywhere else, really. And if you talk to these guys, they tell you these locations of where some treasures are, even if you've already found them. And that gives you maxed out dead peppers if you're having trouble getting some in the minigame. So it's absolutely worth it to get this. Go through the hot and cold, especially up to the sky stage, because we just got one of Steiner's best weapons. And we got important abilities that will break the game at this point. And for Mercury, there is another step. I think at this point is missing the remaining dead pepper treasures. Honestly, there's not really that many left that are worth getting. I've already gotten all the ones that are any decent. Where was that? Got to land and then walk all the way over because they didn't think to put a damn forest out there. at this point, since you have a lot of money, we can go back and get the thief gloves, or hold on to it for the next chapter, next disc. Apparently there is no regeneration on here, go figure. Notice now that the stuff in the bridge is whole. And Amarant can temporarily leave the party. Note the Whale Whisker is her ultimate weapon for Rod. Features Karaga and Life, both very useful abilities at this point in the game. Make sure to come over there and check that because Aquarius. Okay, so Ibsen's castle has a unique quirk to it. The lower the lower value your item is, in the sense of the earlier in the game you get it, the more powerful it actually is. And the in-game gear is actually inverted, where it's not as good. So this is why you want to consider, if you have a lot of people that are going to be doing melee or something, equip them with the lowest attack power item you can get. And if you're having trouble with that, you can come over here to the shop and it pretty much spells it out, see? So weapons are going to be stuff you get in an early game. If you're looking to get some missing gear that you somehow missed because of not having, stuff like this, good chance to catch up. Don't quite go in there yet. I believe we I'm not sure, but we should not have missed the area where it's the Odin sword ability. May require us to progress the story in this area a little bit further. Oh, that's right, it's downstairs, okay. Yeah, the gate is open now. So we're gonna go all the way back. Wrong way. This area could be a little bit annoying. I should be locked into this part until we clear it. Probably why it's acting, you know, like this. Make sure to steal. Note, we are already doing max damage. So at this point, Steiner will probably be doing more than Beatrix did with it. But he's going to have problems maintaining it because his mana pool is pretty low. Note how much damage he's doing. He's probably going to be your big damage to him by the time you get him. Also, take note, dark side and obviously weapon abilities, like, you know, his sword arts are not affected by the Ipsen Castle inversion. Let's get out of here. Get way up. There we go. Boing. Another maiden prayer if you did not get it from the treasure. And now that we see that, we can actually access this area. Alright, so this is the Odin Sword area. Ultimate armor for your casters. We're trying to speed this off. Aircraft is counterclockwise. Wait, sorry, no, clockwise. Counterclockwise, alright, so yeah. There you go. So just a few times and bam. So Odin's sword, what it does is, like I said before, if he misses, it means he does damage anyway. So this is actually a way for him to be useful against enemies that are immune to death or otherwise like bosses. Actually pretty useful in certain situations. Wait, I didn't even see that. Man, this went so long. I didn't see that. There was a shortcut. Alright, now we're done here because we got the coin and everything else. But at this point, the party will be split up. So Steiner and Vivi are the last ones to go, so just put them in there if you don't want to keep seeing the screen over and over. And you can't see these on the map before you're supposed to go here. Oh, you see screen anyway. Well, I forgot. Okay. So that was this one that's over here. Again, you can see some of these locations before you're supposed to. Seen a win one. What was that? God. Yeah, see? Forgot it down it. There it is, right there. Kind of hard to miss it, really. These guys are kind of adorable. So if you have Queen under level, this could be either very hard or very easy, depending again on whether or not you level up Queen. However, you can really cheese this by double equipping Gaia here. And this is near the Desert Palace. I'm telling you, Queen is like the best character in the game. Queen does not care. Just it's not an evil Tom Kinch. So make sure you have White Wind and Mighty Guard. Depending on how leveled up Zidane is and what abilities he has, you should not have too much trouble with this spot. Note the fiends here. They are a callback to the first Final Fantasy, as well as reappear in Disc 4. Honestly, I think the missed opportunity here was not making all these fights. See 3 in the cutscene, but Zidane and Queen are always the only ones you actually engage in. Could have been very interesting to see how these fights were meant to be resolved with just 2 people. Sure to steal because he's got some nice stuff. selected the wrong one. I don't know what I was thinking. So that's why you want to have Gaia gear, because Earthquake is by far the deadliest one, and you can absorb it. You can honestly just make a lot of this other stuff irrelevant here by equipping a certain amount of gear, but Earthquake is the nastiest one. So we're doing this because we can actually beat this boss, and it's funny. There we go, Earth Shake. So this is one of the it's like the only boss in the entire game you can actually eat. It's not technically a boss, even though it is a boss fight, so go figure. And you can get different reactions depending on what you pick. So reassemble your preferred party. Now this is the big decision point. So let's do that. This is your big decision point. You either do side quests and such, and I strongly recommend doing any side quests you haven't done yet, including turning in Stellazio, getting more of the artifacts, because you want to clear them out from the inventory for Disc 4. And this is also the point where you should consider doing your leveling up of your in-game party, because once you go to the Shimmering Isle, that is the in-game. That is the start of the end disc sequence. You cannot go there. You cannot leave there until the events have been resolved. So this is a warning. I'm warning you. If you go into the Shimmering Isle, you will start the in-game sequence for Disc 3 and ultimately the end of the game, because it kicks off major map changes and all that. We'll go into that with Disc 4 when we get to that next session. That being said, what we are going to do now is major level up major level up time, because we need levels. I do not recommend going into Disc 4 area without being at least level 40, preferably 50. You are going to be hitting to the point where you are going to be dealing with some very nasty bosses, and you can end up getting stat walled. So yeah, level up time. See you soon. All right, so we're back. We've done our off-screen grind. We've set up our party a little bit. Double check our stuff. Okay. Learning Dragon's Breath, and right now learning Auto Regen. Yeah. At this point, you want to be putting the auto haste items on your main party. Get that auto haste going because it is a powerful ability. Alright, so once again, remember, when you start the Cheering Out segment, you are locked in for the rest of the disc. Make sure you have everything done. And this is your absolute last chance to pull back. Welcome to Tetra. Now, Tetra is a one-time visit area, meaning you have to get every single item you can here. Should have grabbed that. Because it's something Freya can equip, and it gives her access to restore hit points. Very useful ability, depending on certain setups. Another one of those iconic scenes for this, just not skipping it because it's actually pretty important. Same one that raised Madain Sari. And this was what I was talking about a little while ago. The holy lens can be bought here. What I want to know is, how does she even know what a bimbo is? How did he even get down here? Again, Queen is like the best character. And Queen, Queen. He kind of has a point there, because of the way the Q are portrayed here. That without their, I think the quoting, it would be hard to tell them apart. You can get a little bit of a, reform the party a little bit. There's a funny Emerald line you can get if you talk to him before, before Zidane goes through all that. Talk about there's a bunch of, he thought he'd be finding some mean mother, efforts down here, but finds wimps. Welcome to Pandemonium. Unfortunately, it's not the cool one we see in 14 with the bitchin' music and memes. But this Pandemonium is supposed to be based more on 2s. If I remember correctly, it was supposed to be nod towards Pandemonium 2. With Garland being based on the one we saw in Final Fantasy 1. And one of the absolute most iconic sequences in the game, the You're Not Alone segment. Now, Zidane will automatically walk through this segment. You have a gauntlet of fights that are scripted. You want to consider at least coming in fairly leveled up because some of these are decently strong mid and late game enemies. And it is possible to die before the scripted saving. Basically survive long enough to get your allies. Again, Queen is just awesome. This goes all caveman unga bunga. Also, take note of the enemy we just fought, the Abaddon. Reappears in Dawntrail as the boss of the final boss of first dungeon. A lot of those names I can't pronounce for shit, so yeah, just the first dungeon. And this is the one time that Smash takes him down to 1 hit point. Also, fun note, even if she doesn't actually have Karaga, she will always use it. An interesting little version. So you go all the way back. You dialogue with your party members. And you can also switch with them. If you go all the way back, bam, 3 items. And it teaches Insomniac and Body Temper. For some reason, you do not have it at this point. be like that. So those guys give out a lot of XP, but you can get caught by that and it sucks. You may want to consider not using speed boost in this spot. There are different headings here you can get used to get different loot. Yeah, it works. Get triple gill if you start for gill for some reason. And if you have trouble, yeah. Kind of funny, what these Muggles do not know what Magnet is. It's great. Again, make sure to loot everything because you cannot return. And this starts the end sequence for Disc 3. The actual true start of it. Make sure to steal. There are very good items to be stolen in this series of boss battles. I remember thinking for years as a kid, and it's my early adulthood, that visually that sequence moves along very slow. The death sequence making me think something's wrong with my PlayStation, not part of the game. Make sure to steal off him because he has very useful items for Zidane. If you tend to use Zidane against Osmo. And this is a fight you want to consider equipping locomotion for. Okay, he's very reliable about using that. down, boy. I'm imagining is this skin like yellow? Never noticed that before. You would think, after seeing the silver dragon, he would notice something, right? I don't understand why he didn't say anything after seeing the silver dragon. Another light robe if you didn't have one yet. And I remember I said there was an Easter egg with Bahamut. He reacts to Bahamut being summoned. Oh, Super Saiyan Pluto. It's the only time in the game that Ultima is used. Well, I should say, let me rephrase that. The only time Ultima is used in the game is by Trance. Not accessible to the player, unlike in 7, 8, 10, later titles. Funny thing is, that wasn't really a Moogle, and I don't think he understood that. Another iconic scene, we won't skip this one. Also, the only time we ever actually see Trance in a cutscene. Or I should say in the FMV. His power is so great while in trance he can actually destroy all of Terra. Despite the crisis, there is no time limit. So this is why I say you need to get the ninja gear off him, because it becomes very important against Ozma, who deals shadow damage on one of the most iconic attacks. Visible all the way down below. And there's absolutely no explanation for what the hell this place is. Again, Queen of this is awesome. Oof, the last disc change. I just remembered, you can't see it on the Steam version, but the PlayStation version, if you load disc 4, if you have disc 4 in, and you try to load a disc 1 save, is the rare chance of seeing the change to disc 1 screen, which shows cutscenes from disc 1. It's almost never seen. It's also true of Final Fantasy VIII. Whereas in that case, it shows cutscenes that were never ever used, like one of Laguna and Kyros. and it's never established where they got the idea for Bobby Corn from. However, if you take the first two letters of the name, his first and last name, you get Boko, the Chocobo from 5 and Tactics. And Queen gets it. Now, we'll do the rest of, Discord's his own VOD as expected, but I just want to go over some stuff real quick. With Invincible, you can now land anywhere in the world, regardless of terrain. The Hildegard can only land on green, grass, and Boko could only land on forest. So anywhere you could go with Boko except for the Chocobo Paradise and the Lagoon can now go in the Invincible. Also note the music, the Invincible does not have any special theme, and the overworld has changed big time. Anything, there's a lot of stuff that's locked off now, as you can see here. And we'll go over this more in Disc 4. I just want to point out real quick there. Oops, this is what we want. Go here to grab a Stellazio. That might be your last one, depending on how diligent you have been in collecting them. It should be our last one, actually. So let's get out and save. All right. So that's it for this session. Finally, this is the longest one because Disc 3 is your big, side quest and level up and all that time. So thanks for watching. We'll see you next time for Disc 4.